Very good day to one and all as we welcome you here to the Hazley Crawford Stadium. It's a rainy Wednesday here in TNT, but wherever you are, we hope it's nice and bright and sunny. And even though it's raining, it's still a lovely day here in TNT. And these athletes will attest to that because they got an opportunity to showcase their talents. And as we speak, the youngsters are getting ready for the girls high jump, and you can see some of the participants just being introduced. So again, it's so good to see these athletes. For a moment there, it didn't look like we would have gotten a start at around this time. In fact, the organizers have been forced to push the start back just a little bit, primarily for because of the weather. And but here we are now with an opportunity to get things on the way. So all the best to these young ladies as they get ready for their event. And we certainly wish them all the best in these proceedings here today. It's going to be an interesting scenario for them. I'm sure they would have been testing the conditions underfoot. And but because it's a certified track here at the Hazley Crawford Stadium, they will certainly be expecting that the conditions are up to the international standards and that they should take whatever fear out of their minds and get on with the business of performing. And that is precisely what we anticipate from them. They are just getting their final bit of instructions, and we should see them out competing in a short. So it's that kind of a day. It might be overcast the entire day, but might get a shower or two, and hopefully it won't be that much disruption, and the athletes will be able to showcase their talents. And from what we saw yesterday, talent aplenty, as they say, in all the various teams. Again, welcome to all of the participants from the various countries who are here. We have a strong um, Guyana contingent from different schools in Guyana, from St. Vincent. Um, but so and several schools here from Trinidad and Tobago. We have athletes from Grenada as well. So we welcome one and all. And like I said, based on what we saw yesterday, um, we could expect some more fireworks today. We had some really close races and some healthy competition in the men's long jump and the javelin. So we anticipate more of that, and of course, all the actions on the track, the 400s, and of course the sprints. We saw some fine sprinting, 1 and 200s, and the 400s. Today we'll have the 800s, and we'll have a series of relays, 4x1, 4x4, 4x2, and of course the medley relays as well. So it should be a very interesting day ahead of us. Hopefully, like we said, hopefully the weather will cooperate and allow the athletes to do their thing. And what a day we anticipate it's going to be here at the Hazley Crawford Stadium. The athletes have been here, some of them from very early this morning, but again, because of the delay, um, we're only just about getting started. And that is because of the heavy rains that seem to be falling throughout Trinidad and Tobago, or certainly here in the northern part of the island. It has been heavy rains for most of the morning. It stopped now, for the time being. If anything, it might just be a slight drizzle, but outside of that, I think the athletes for the jump, for the girls, high jump open, I think they are pretty much set to go. So they will kick things off here. Then originally we had the 4x4 relays to come after that. Remember the shot put and the discus events are going to take place on the training field um, instead of inside the main stadium. And that's because of the soft nature of the field itself and the officials not wanting to do um, undue damage to the surface. Remember, the shot put is going to leave a big impression, and because it's so soft, it's probably going to be a big indentation every time the iron ball hits the ground. So they've decided that the training field facility to better handle that as opposed to doing damage to the main field here on the inside of the Hazley Crawford Stadium, which makes perfect sense. Just that those athletes would lose the luster of having the main crowd here witness their performances, but um, we still anticipate that they're going to give it their all, and we once we get those results, we'll be able to pass those on to you a little bit later on today. But now we get ready for the girls. So as soon as we're able to pick you up there, we will be able to bring you the high jumps. We do apologize. We're having some difficulty with internet feed, and there you see Mr. Mareri, the house announcer here, making his way towards the tent where he could probably get the heights that the athletes are jumping at, and when it changes, he'll be able to share that with us. So it's 1.30 meters the opening height. And unfortunately, there it looks like the athlete who just made that first jump. Um, I don't know if she would have had to withdraw. It looks like she is indicated that she either was not going to attempt at that height again, and maybe we'll wait for something bigger, something higher rather. But the officials are just making sure that the height is the same. They're using that spirit level to make sure that the bar is level, and then they'll be able to have the other participants come forward for their attempts. At 1.30 meters, the opening height in the women's open high jump event. So once again, another failed attempt. So we have Keely. So Esther Blair is one of the participants on it. Ryan Graham, Michaela Patrick, of course, Kezia Joy Husbands. So Esther Blair there of President's College just not able to get her body over. So it's just about six or so athletes in this one. Remember, we have the relays to come a little bit later on as well. I'm sure they always look forward to those relay events. So we anticipate that there'll be a lot of energy here when those athletes take to the track. So again, is there joy husbands among those competing here today? So, of course, this is day two of the Trinidad and Tobago Secondary Schools Track and Field Association Island Showdown right here at the Hazley Crawford Stadium. Again, our congratulations to David Bruce So we should also be seeing the girls 800 meters. So this is so there you see the women's 800. So we're looking at the participants for this encounter. Now, originally, they had this as two groups. I'm not sure if they're going to go with the two separate groups, and so they might have merged some of these participants. Mm. So there we go with the start of the girls' 800-meter open event. So Leah Griffith of Bishop Anstey also included there. Nisa Lewis of President's College. So see the young ladies going to pass the start finish line for the first time. So there's still about six of them in contention here at the moment. Two others falling behind badly, but the two runners out of Boca in Grenada, Brown and Phillips, the ones leading, but now they're being just past at least one, just losing out here, and now we see moving up there. Diego Martin Central also coming into the play there. Cheyenne Lewis coming into the frame. But again, holding on here now, Boca from Grenada just holding her own. And Syrian Phillip, Cheyenne William could do it. And Cheyenne Lewis will finish in second. Of course, Maria Charles of Tableland finishing in third place. So we just have the eighth and final athlete crossing the line. So 2 minutes 19 going to Brown. So that would have been the So once again, we do have quite a bit of events, a number of relay events, as I was indicating earlier, as they sort of combine the regular track and field um, with a heavy relay package on the second day today. So we should be seeing the runners coming out for the men's open 800-meter event. And again, they look like they've combined two events here, so it's a little bit, we're trying to determine who are really the ones who are entered here, or if they're going to, if they have enough entries to split them in two groups. But originally they were listed for two groups. So there are 9 runners on the track as we speak, and I'm not sure if all 9 it looks as if they're going to try to include everybody in the race, and it's going to be a challenge because if you have 9 runners, possibly even 10, yeah, possibly even 10 of them to go together, because I'm thinking if they would just let them run 2 separate races, but it looks like we will have 2 runners in lane 8 and 2 in lane 6. So yes, indeed, there are 10 of them actually on the track. Like I said, in lane 6, there are two runners, and in lane 8, there are two there as well. But pretty fun, so this is what you see the numbers, yeah. They going closer, or they don't, yeah. So these are the listeners. Yes, a pan. Hmm. So again, there are two additional runners on the track. And in fact, in lane 8, it looks like Amari Borneo and Caden Xavier Harris running out of lane 8. As they come around, they feel comfortably. Kelly Alexander from St. Elizabeth, Kobe Oliveri from St. Vincent, running in third place as we speak. Hamad Frank from Boca Grenada, just kind of settling in at the back. So they get the bell, and they're gonna have one lap to go here now. Mikel Antigua of Christian Berg. So here they come now, almost in identical fashion. Now he's starting to. So here he comes to finish this one. So they're not going to catch him. And Mikel Antigua is trying. And coming into second place, Oliveira of St. Vincent. And also coming in there and from Boca Grenada, Trevon Joseph. So Alexander in 154. So there you're looking at some of the results. Alexander 154.98, Antigua 156.98, and Olivieri 201. So now we're moving on to the relay events here as well. For the boys, it's 4 by 100-meter relays for the under 15 boys. So in lane 2, we expect St. Francis boys, St. Joseph's College in 3, El Dorado East. So we have St. Francis boys coming out of 2 in lane 3. We have St. Joseph's College. El Dorado East runs out of lane 4. President's College runs in lane 6, and in lane 8, CUC. And of course, leading off would be David Huggins for St. Francis Boys. College, and Malachi Dikoto for CUC. So again, this is the boys under 15 relay. They have a front shot of their close up. Just briefly, I just want to see 193. Okay. And that is Josiah Victor, who is leading off for CUC. So a little bit of juggling with their lineup. First, and they're on their way now. CUC screaming going down the back straightaway and looking to maintain their lead. And but they're a little bit behind. Just a bubbled exchange there, running in the middle there from President's College, but they may still be able to make up the stagger. Eldorado East holding their own as they come in now. They're going to hand off first, Eldorado East. Can they maintain it now? This is going to be interesting here. But coming out, CUC, they regain the lead and they're going to scorch their way to the finish line. CUC to win it just ahead of Eldorado East. And then coming in on the outside there would be President's College. So CUC are the ones who took it. They got off to a fast start. They lost the lead ever so slightly, 48-80. They lost it just briefly, but they were able to make it up again in the end, and a good finish, 49-82. So 51-26 for the President's College, and Eldorado East holding their own quite nicely. So we have the second heat. So 48-80, CUC's winning time. Second place going to Eldorado East, 49-82. And third place, 51-26, President's College. As we do the track and field, again, let me say a special good day to a coach who would have handled quite a number of these youngsters, get them interested in track and field, and then push them out. Close in, but not in time. And big win there for the St. Vincent Grammar. 45-98 their winning time. And in second place, of course, 48-18 and 48-41. So again, congratulations to the St. Vincent Grammar. 45-98. So that's a pretty fast time. So they have the fastest time. St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So St. Vincent and the Grenadines showing their capabilities there, doing a fine job of obliterating the rest of the field and producing the fastest time so far this morning. So it looks like we have a little more movement in the girls' high jump. So here we go. We're looking at another one of the finalists in the girls' high jump, Michaela Patrick of Boca Grenada. That's a pretty good jump there from Patrick. Michaela Patrick from Boca Grenada with a beautiful jump. I know the height has gone up significantly, so we just in to see what height they're going at now. I'm sure these athletes are being challenged by it all, but so again, we've seen some good jumps there from Kazia Joy Husbands, Michaela Patrick, who we just saw, uh, Josiah Mitchell, Esther Blair also put in some good work earlier, and so that competition is heating up quite nicely there in the ladies long jump, high jump event. If she get any shot of the girl there, if she get any shot of that camera there, oh, she could now. boys under 17, 4x1 will be. And again, for the girls under 17, so they are going straight to a final. Boca Grenada, Carpetimo West, President's College, Holy Name Convent Port of Spain, Sando West Secondary, Bishop Anstey, and Christianburg will also be competing there. The boys under 17 relay, again, there were two sections. St. Vincent Grammar, Eldorado East, President's College, Trinity East, St. George's, St. Joseph's College, Mackenzie, St. Benedict's, Holy Cross, Superior East QRC, Perth Sando, and Woodbrook. Here is the jump. We're just awaiting the athletes coming out onto the track. And I think they're just trying to ensure that have their they all have their numbers, the correct numbers, and of course also the order in which they're going to run. But you would think they would have done that inside the dressing room so that when they come outside, it's just for them to get to the respective positions to start these relays. And again, we have it's almost like we're being engulfed here by heavy clouds and looks like rain is falling not too far from us. It has to be said. And as you could see in the background, it's very, very heavy and very cloudy around us. Here is the latest jump. But again, if you just look in the background, you'll see that uh, there's rain clouds, but more like rain than anything else, right in the shot there. An indication that the Port of Spain area is experiencing some rainfall as we speak. So again, I think we may have another pause in proceedings here because I don't think the runners are gonna leave the comfort of the dry conditions to just walk into the rain. So just briefly, so we invite you to just stay with us as we have a little pause in proceedings here, because once that rain starts to fall, we're not sure. Hopefully, it won't be very long. In fact, that has been the kind of the pattern. It would fall heavy, and then cease, and allowing us the opportunity to get some events in. But we anticipate that it will start to rain subsequently. So it's a little bit of a cat and mouse, as we say, and we anticipate that that's the way it's going to be throughout the day today. So we have another jump. Can not able to execute. So we just had one last jump, and might be before the rain intervenes. So they've just pulled the bar down for the moment, and we'll see if they will return to active competition there. But the looks like the officials are putting up the cones, so that's an indication that the competition will cease for the moment, and especially if it's gonna get slick with the rain, then it could prove to be a little bit dangerous. So they will just pause that proceedings if it's not already completed, and just ensure safety of the competitors, ensuring that no unnecessary goes. So again, just to recap here for what we saw this morning, the girls 800-meter open. Annalisa Brown of Boca Grenada 2:19.90. The winner, Cheyenne Lewis of Diego Martin Central 2:24.36 was second. And Mariah Charles of Tableland Secondary 2:29.24 filled third place. Alkila Blucher of Christiansburg was fourth in 2:29.59, followed by Aliyah Teasdale of Tableland Secondary 2:36.42. And of course, for the combined team scores after 29 events, Boca Secondary Grenada 98 points, Presentation College of San Fernando 84 points, Mackenzie High School of Guyana 77 points in third place, Christianburg Wismar Guyana in 61 with 61 points in fourth place, St. Vincent Grammar School 58.5 points, fifth, President's College Guyana 51 points in sixth place, Bishop Anstey High School is seventh on 43 points, and Queen's Royal College 40.5 points in eighth place. And rounding off the top 10, Tableland Secondary ninth, 36.50, and East Mucurapo Secondary with 35 points. They are the top 10 schools in terms of team results so far after 29 events tabulated. The boys 800-meter run, Kylie Alexander of St. Elizabeth 1:54.98 won it from Michael Antigua from Christianburg 1:56.98, and Kobe Olivieri from St. Vincent Grammar 2:01 2:69, the top three, followed by Trevon Joseph of Boca Grenada, 2:11.44 in fourth place. Clarence Paul finished fifth from Mackenzie, 2:11.85, rounding off the top five there. So I think we have a slight pause in proceedings. I'm not seeing any of the athletes making their way towards the start finish line. And so, as we encourage you to, as we say, stay close, don't go anywhere. As soon as the action is about to resume, we come back with more from day two of this Trinidad and Tobago Secondary Schools Track and Field Association's Island Showdown here at the Hazley Crawford Stadium. And you're viewing it live on 360 TV, and we encourage you to stay with us. We'll be back as soon as the action resumes. And as we welcome you back here, we just see the girls' 3,000-meter event starting. And just as was to be expected, a small group of runners, not a particularly large field, as they make their way around the track. This, of course, is one of those events that is very demanding. When they come back, they'll see 7 laps to go. So again, you're watching at event number 50 on the schedule. This is the 3,000 meters open event. Amara Sutherland of Guayco, Danielle Primus of President's College, Adriana Garcia of Corpus Christi, Anikwa Bailey, Shania Moore of Guayco, Miriam Durham of Holy Faith Penal, and Dara Lane of Mackenzie. So just about 3 minutes elapsed on the clock so far. So that's the young lady out of Guayco leading the pack here. Shania Moore. Garcia from Corpus Christi right now running in second position. Some distance behind in third from Mackenzie looks like a Dara Lane. Or rather, Donnell Primus is in third place. She's some way. So those are the five athletes running here, but it's still Chennai Moore who is turning it on in some style here. When she comes back, she will see 5 laps, but she will see 4 laps to go. The others are still coming. She is looking as strong as ever. Shania Moore, she might actually lap. Well, she definitely will lap the stragglers, and but she will see 4 laps to go as she crosses the start finish line again, and she's taking care of her first casualty, so to speak. And in second place here now is Adriana Garcia from Corpus Christi. So those are your top two right now. And this young lady, again, she's passed her second penalty, so she's lapped the last two. And it's a similar thing for Garcia. She too has gone past one already, and she's looking to lap her second runner. But no disputing who the overall leader of this race is. Chennai Moore really just cruising at the moment. The lady from Guayco looking as strong as ever. Probably just tiring a little bit, that is to be expected. But she has such a commanding lead that it's going to be very difficult unless she actually stops, as we say, hits that proverbial wall and everything kind of shuts down. It's going to be very difficult for anyone to really catch up with her. So she now 6:53, and she sees 3 laps to go. So more from Guayco doing very well so far. Adriana Garcia from Corpus Christi maintains seconds. She now started her third lap, 7:14 on the clock. So here she comes now. She will be coming in for 2 laps to go. She comes comfortably into. So she's very, very relaxed at the moment. No real stress at all. And in fact, she looks like she's getting stronger as she comes to the start finish line once again. So after she completes this lap, she'll get the bell, and then that will be her final lap. These are the runners. This other runner here, Garcia, Adriana Garcia out of Corpus Christi, she too will have 2 laps to go. She will see 2 laps. Everybody else will see 3 laps by the time they come back around. And in fact, at the rate that this young lady is going, she would not only lap the field, she might lap them twice. That is how much farther along she is than the others. As she comes now, she's catching up with the third place runner, Mackenzie, or rather Donnell Primus from President's College. So she has gone past her. So she's lapped the 3 other participants in the race. She's lapping these others now for the second time. So she's really 2 laps up on the others. On the last two, she's 1 lap up on the third place runner. But Adara Lean and Miriam Durham are 2 laps down. So here she comes again now. When she comes in, she will see 1 lap to go. So she should get the bell here now to go for her final lap. And so there is the bell to indicate that she has 1 lap to go. And so she is 1 lap to go. This young lady who's now crossing the line here will see that she has 2 laps still to go. And the other two behind her, they will have 3 laps still to go. So it's going to be very demanding on these young ladies because they've been lapped twice. And now there's a because of the closeness here, the young lady behind will see that she has one lap to go in the white, and that is going to be Bailey, or Corpus Christi rather, Garcia, Adriana Garcia. So she has one lap as well. So she should have gotten a bell. But here now comes the leader and the winner of this race. She's coming around, Chennai Moore from Guayco, very comfortably in the lead. And it doesn't look like if she's even broken a sweat as she's coming in now. Very composed, very relaxed. And in fact, she's accelerating now. So she is really beginning to really stretch out here and talk about energy. She is really just putting an exclamation point on proceedings here. Brilliant indeed. 11:39 unofficially, her winning time. And certainly a fantastic win by her. We'll see if they round it off to 11:40, but they're going to have to wait some time for the second place finisher because and she really deserves a breather. Guayco winning handsomely there, the winning the 3,000-meter event. Now, this is the third place athlete. She is now getting the bell. So she is now getting the bell there. That is Donnell Primus from President's College. And coming in to finish there now in just about 12:34 is the second place finisher, Adriana Garcia. So again, so the top two are finished. The third place runner has only just started her final lap. And these two runners, if I'm not mistaken, they probably still have two laps to go. But I think they're gonna just let them do the bell. They'll probably give them a bell here. But in reality, I think they still have another lap to go after this. But they're gonna give them bell, and they'll probably just let them run it out. They should be on another lap. So they still have some work to do, so to speak. But here comes your third place finisher now as she gets to the top of the straightaway. Coming to the finish line now. Here she comes. As she comes to the finish line, there she is now sprinting away now to get to the finish as she completes her 3,000 meters. And a very decent job there, 14:10 unofficially from Donnell Primus. So just two more athletes left on the track. And the last two out there at the moment, Miriam Durham of Holy Faith Penal and Adara Lane of Mackenzie. And this is very tough indeed. We have one athlete just walking right now because it's very so Miriam Durham of Holy Faith Penal, she's coming in to finish her 3,000 meters. So Miriam Durham is going to finish now, and I'm sure she'll be very relieved. Or is she? She's now getting the bell actually. So, and that's what I was saying earlier. They didn't put up the sign, so she wasn't sure how much further she had to go. I'm almost certain she had another lap to go, but she has walked off the track, uh, obviously thinking that she was finishing the race. But when she passed around the lap before, there was nothing on the board. So, and I think she just got a little confused there. And similarly, this runner should have another lap to go because she's only now coming for the bell. And that's why I was making the point earlier that the winner of the race from Guayco, Chennai Moore, had actually lapped these runners twice. So they were two laps down. So it, it, but I think it just got a little confusing there. And the runners obviously thought that they had one lap when in reality they had two laps to go to complete the full 3,000 meters. And but you could feel for Durham because I think she was kind of misled right at the by the scoreboard because the scoreboard went blank. So, but what she should have known is that because she didn't get a bell, that there was still another lap inside of there because you only get the bell when it's the last lap to go. But she didn't hear a bell, so she should have just kept going. Instead, she sort of emptied the tank and ended up using up all the energy. She just didn't have anything left. So even when they spoke to her and probably pointed out the error, she was so spent she couldn't bring herself to even starting to run again. And in the end, she just opted to not bother to try to get back on the track. But she's in all sorts of discomfort. That's a very demanding race. Even though the conditions are ideal for it, it still takes a lot out of you to complete the 3,000 meters. So it's a bit unfortunate, but that's the situation there. Now we're looking at the young lady coming to finish her final lap. You saw the men's high jump getting ready to swing into action there. Guys are just warming up. So here she comes now, and she's trying to finish up Adara Lane of Mackenzie. Adara Lane of Mackenzie now crosses the line just 19:05 unofficially. We'll wait for the confirmation of the times. So there's Lane, just 19:04.83. But the winner of the race, Moore, 11:38.28. So a fantastic time for her. Garcia of Corpus Christi finished in second place, 12:32.28. And in third place was Donnell Primus. So Doniel Primus of President's College taking third place in this ladies' 3,000-meter run that really they all look to be struggling a little bit, except for the winner, uh, Shanae Moore, who, as we saw, had so much energy left that she was able to sprint at the end. to register a good time of 11 minutes 38.28 seconds for the victory. Congrats to all of them. So we see the men getting ready for their high jump event coming up. The women's javelin is also warming up. The participants are getting so 14:07.73 for Donnell Primus to secure third place. So pretty soon we should be seeing the javelin, and we're getting ready for the men's high jump. So again, as we get ready for the boys' high jump, we're looking at the javelin. So those are the participants for the boys javelin event, the boys under 15 high jump event rather. So Isaiah Toussaint is in there, Xavier Joseph, Jacine Pierre, Nyron Holder, Azari Horn, Malachi Mantut, Ethan Ethan Kent is also included. So six of them, as we can see. Actually, there's six of them listed. Isaiah Toussaint of Carpichima West, Xavier Joseph of Tableland, Jacine Pierre of Carpichima West, Nyron Holder of President's College, Malachi Mantut of Mackenzie, and Ethan Kent of St. Vincent Grammar. So those are your participants for the under 15 high jump. Just introducing themselves. Nyron Holder from President's College, now stepping forward there in the blue, the darker blue. Malachi Mantut from Mackenzie, and Ethan Kent of St. Vincent Grammar. So they're getting ready for the boys under 15 high jump. In the meantime, we also have action going on in the women's javelin. The 600 grams. Soraya Phillip of Boca Grenada, Chelsea Dyer of Sangre Grande Secondary, Kinisha Debule of Malabar, Davion Armstrong of El Dorado East, Janice Allen from Mayaro, Peyton Winter from Sour South, Tanique Vincent or Taniqua Vincent of Sixth Form, Abia Halls of Bishop Anstey, and Zaria John of Tableland. So those are the competitors in the women's javelin that is taking place at the northern end of the ground. At the southern side, we are seeing the high jump. And again, confirmation for the girls 3,000 meters open that we just saw there. Chennai Moore from Guayco, 11:38.28. Adriana Garcia from Corpus Christi, 13:32.28. Danielle Primus from President's College, 14:07.72. Adara Lane from Mackenzie, 19:04.83. And Miriam Durham, probably through no fault of her own, with a little mix up in the counting of the laps. She looked like she was led to believe one thing, and then it turns out she had another lap to complete, and she did not finish next to her name. So a bit unfortunate for her. So now we're looking at the javelin, the women's javelin taking place. But almost in that identical location, we have the pole vault event is almost getting ready to begin. So we think there are only just two competitors in that event, but based on the weather, they may allow them the opportunity to actually compete one against the other. If you look down in the hole, there are big chunks, big buckets of water being pulled out of the hole for the planting of the pole for the pole vault event. And the officials are really just scooping up huge amounts of water. Here is another effort. So again, the ladies are just trying to get in warm to conditions here at the Hasely Crawford Stadium. And here we have another excellent jump. Not again, not polished jumping. Mhm. So, so once again, the women's javelin is in full swing. The men's, the boys' high jump is also has also started. Officials once again trying to make sure that the bar is at the scheduled height, but more importantly that it's level. So now we have another athlete getting ready to jump. And not a successful jump at that, but see, and just as conditions improve on one side, you're looking at another heavy cloud. Look like it wants to roll in here. And I think because of the weather, the javelin has been suspended, and the when I say suspended, it's been paused initially, and also the efforts to start the pole vault event also thwarted because of the rain. Again, another attempt that is just a little bit off. So, and I think the runners, probably the jumpers, I should say, may have a little apprehension as they make their approach to the bar. But I suppose over time, as they get confident in their footing, because that is probably the biggest obstacle to them right now, is whether or not when they plant, it will stick and they won't have any misgivings about where they place their legs as they're about to jump. So here we go again, and this is another jump. He's not the polished article as we say, but he gets it done. So the boys under 15 high jump continuing there. We just saw another jump there from Nyron, from Malachi Mantut of Mackenzie. So 1.45 meters, the height for these jumpers, and again he miscalculated there. I'm not sure which side he wanted to jump on. He himself didn't look like he was certain if he wanted to lead with his left leg or lead with his right leg. So Justin Pierre from Carpichama West is making his approach. Successful jump and making it look so easy. So again, very cool conditions here prevailing at the Hazley Crawford Stadium. It's been a rainy day. So we'll see if they will be able to complete their assignments here. Like I said, there's rain about. Here he comes now. Again, just training, just that little bit there. The man from Carpichama West trying his best there. The man from Tableland now, Xavier Joseph, is going to try to see if he could clear. So let's see if he's able to successfully clear the bar. As you see, not able to do so. So again, coming up in a little while, we have the sprint relays, 4x1, 4x4, under 15 and under 17s. So it's a real cat and mouse with the officials here. They covered up the pit when they felt rain was going to fall. Now they have to remove the tarpaulins, and as soon as they try to remove it, the rain's coming again, so they have to put it back on. And even here, they're trying to put back on the tarpaulins here with the high jump because of the weather. So all the competitions are suspended again. The pole vault, which hasn't started, they're now trying to put the tarpaulins back on, and so they were just about getting ready to start there. In fact, they were bailing out water because there's a hole there, and we did have quite a bit of rain overnight and this morning and all through the day today. So water would have gathered there, so they were able to get the water out. But now, as they would have been hoping to start the competition, the rains came. So you could see in the other tent, the main tent rather, um, the javelin throwers and officials, they're huddled under there, hoping that they will get an opportunity maybe to finish the event they've started, the girls. And at the other end of the ground, the boys' high jump has also been suspended because of uh, the drizzle that is taking place here at the Hazley Crawford Stadium. So again, it's been that kind of a day, a little bit of a irky jerky. You could see in the background a lot of rain over. Really, really just sort of engulfing the Hazley Crawford Stadium and all of the North Trinidad. So um, again, we'll wait to see how. We're not going anywhere. We're waiting, and so we hope you stay with us as we have a break in competition here at the Hazley Crawford Stadium. Remember, this is day 2 of the secondary schools track and field association's Island Showdown here at the Hazley Crawford Stadium, and you're viewing it on 360 TV. And so stay with us. We'll be back as soon as the weather holds and competition is allowed to resume. So the weather, as we said, is really just you're waiting and you're waiting and you're hoping. And so far, so good. It's just holding enough so that the athletes might be able to get an opportunity to do so. Nyron Holder is next up from presentation from President's College, and strong wind has taken the bar. So here we go. And again, he just seemed to get over. In fact, he was well over. And just as he brought his legs down, he had to land at some point. The legs just clipped the bar, and he got a red flag. So a foul jump or an unsuccessful jump at that. So again, we have another attempt coming up here. Let's see. And again, well over the bar. Malachi Mantut of Mackenzie well over the bar, but the leg just clipping the bar on the way down. So let's see who else is there. Pierre now from Justine Pierre from Caribou West. He too is unsuccessful. So there is a little drizzle about, and we're seeing the suspension of the javelin on one side. We may have another jump, but I think after this jump, they might very well. So that time, he is able to get over successfully. Again, it's not the conventional jumping method or the technique that we see so much of. So Nyron Holder, President's College, getting over there. Um, but here's Mantut once more. Malachi Mantut of Mackenzie. This time he's successfully over, showing great technique, but he also showed that he has a lot more because he was so high over the bar that he could probably go up a couple centimeters. We wait to see. The bar is now at 1.50 meters. So again, he has to try to refine that technique. See them trying different approaches, but still having some difficulty clearing the bar, some of the jumpers. We've seen some successful ones. So now the bar goes up to 155. So they're trying to get to 1.5. Isaiah Toussaint, Avion Joseph, Justine Pierre, Nyron Holder, and Ethan Kent, Malachi Mantut, trying their best. So, so Nyron Holder goes over successfully. So he goes over successfully, Nyron Holder. Again, a little bit unusual in terms of the technique, but we've seen a couple jumpers using that approach, not the Frostberry flop as we are accustomed seeing for the high jump. Men like Dwight Stones and company. Here it is again, and getting over quite nicely. So now they have to all try to clear at this height, 1.55 meters. So 155 is proven to be a bridge too far at the moment. So we see them still making sure that the bar is even right across from end to end. So there we see one of the participants in the pole vault was trying to make sure that when he plants, it will stick. It might be very soggy in down in that pit itself where the ball has to go. And this is going to be the challenge here because the javelin is also taking place here. And these two participants are going to have to really negotiate. You don't want to get speared with a javelin trying to run up to do a pole vault. So they're going to have to really be careful. And of course, the two competitors for that pole vault is O.C. Ambrose of Trinity East and Joshua Andrews of QRC. So this is O.C. Ambrose and also in the jump trying to get 155 and again well over the bar. It's just the mechanics at the end still not happy with that planting. 'Cause remember, when you do the pole vault, once you plant and you extend, you kind of like your body is suspended in midair, and you're all out of control. You're not in total control, and you're just hoping your momentum takes you up and over, and then your technique will get you over the line successfully, over the bar successfully. Now here's a young man from QRC, Joshua Andrews. Again, probably not happy or not. They must be concerned about running too quickly and putting the vault in position whereby you can spring your body forward, up and over. So I think the women's javelin has completed, so he will have an easy time of it, an easier time of it now. That way they can run the full distance, or their normal distance, I should say, and not have to worry about intercepting a spear, a javelin, or a javelin thrower with her approach. But now we have OC Ambrose of Trinity East, who is getting ready for his vault. There he goes. No, no, they have to basically try to see if they can really get some momentum going. It's only two of them, and they're trying to work out the mechanics. Notice he's using a very short run. And again, the pole vault is one of those very technical events. While it involves some physical exertions, I think a lot of it is about technique, it's about propulsion. It's really about science. How do you get your body up high enough and then over the bar? So it's almost like it's a contortion of the body. Here we go again. So the bar now, as far as the men's high jump is concerned, has been pushed to 1.63 meters, and there are just two competitors who will attempt it. One of them, of course, is Myron Holder. So we just saw the to attempt the pole vaults. The two participants are getting ready now, Trinity East and QRC. Now let's see if he's able to clear this one. Here again, the two participants just trying to make sure that they have all their runs, their run-ups sorted out, because this is very much about timing and propulsion. And of course, and once you're in midair, is when you have to make sure your mechanics uh, are correct. Fortunately for them, the bar is very low at the moment, hasn't been lifted. We see the two athletes that I don't know if they're coached by the same person, but they're just more or less just left the tent. And while they're trying to get in their final bit of instructions, I would imagine they will be trying their best to see if they could get it out. So now let's get back to the high jump as well. So the Island Showdown continues with the high jump. So 1.63 meters is the height right now. So Nayan Holder is there. First one, first of three attempts, not a successful one. So here we go now for the men's, and that was always the concern, is if it could plant, because you like I said, it requires strength, one, but it also requires a lot of technique as well. So now it's the turn of Joshua Andrews of Queens Royal College. He is gonna have his attempt. Let's see if he will be able to go before Holder, Nigel Holder, president. So in the men's high jump, this is his second attempt, trying to get over 1.63 meters. And again, not able, not another unsuccessful jump at that. So a little bit of talking to, a little bit of discussion with his coach, and I think he is about ready to have another attempt at the 1.63 meters. Here's Nyron Holder. So here we go now. It's his, and again, he is getting the leg up, and then he's just kind of leaving it there. And on his way down, he's taking the bar with him. So we'll see if he's able to tidy that up. And he is sitting on the bar, and really, the this should be an easy because they're showing that they can clear the bar quite easily. It's just no one has been able to really get up and over successfully just yet, but they're showing that they are quite capable of getting up over the bar. So it's just really about now trying to make sure when you get up there that you're able to turn and get over the line. So remember coming up the 4x1, 4x2, and the medley relays coming up in a little while. So now we're looking for the so Ethan Kent of St. Vincent Grammar. So Ethan Kent comfortably over on his first attempt. So he has put some daylight between him and his opponent, Nyron Holder. So as you could see, some of the young ladies coming on there. We're getting ready for some relay events. So I think this might be the 4x200 relays because you're seeing the next group of runners over on the far side. And this one. So while the jump goes up to 1.80 meters, we look at the action on the track. This is, of course, the girls under 15 4 by 200-meter relay. And we have runners in lanes 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8. And in lane 2, we have Bishop Anstey. In lane 3, Bagpaw West, Holy Name, Port of Spain, President's College in 5, St. Joseph's Convent, Port of Spain in 6, and Christianberg in 8. So Kimberly Tulasaram running for President College in lane 5. From Barrackport West. So that is Carissa Lodat you're seeing in front of you there. And leading off in lane 8, Christian Berg there. Tisania Harris is going to lead them off. So Ethan Kent goes over the 1.80 meters for the high jump. So pretty soon we should get this race out of the way. So Tessa and Christian Burke. So 1.85 is the winner. So congrats to him. Meantime, we're looking at the ladies here now as they get ready for their 4x2 event. So that's so we've seen the javelin, the women's javelin completed, the men's high jump completed. The pole vault is the other event that is currently in progress. Again, just working on technique. So a content of St. Vincent, the pride of the high jump. So now we have the ladies in the 4x2 getting ready to go. Bishop Anstey, Barrackpore West, Holy Name Convent, President's College, St. Joseph's Convent, Port of Spain, and Christianburg College, or Christianburg High. Here we go, quickly off and running and blazing away. Out there on the outside is Tatiana Harris for Christianburg in lane 8. She is flying going down that back straightaway now. Look at her, very much at ease there, pushing that stride, looking to give her team every advantage here now. And they get the exchange off first. And now, can Bishops, who's running on the inside, can they close the gap? That's the important thing. But look at them flying around the track here now. It looks like late Trotman is the one who is flying coming home for her team. She's going to hand off the second, make that second exchange. Remember, it's 4x2, so everybody has to run 200 meters. And they eventually got the exchange off. And now Bishop's are in second place. Bishop Hansley in second. But again, look at the advantage here for Christianburg. They are well ahead here. President's College trying to stay in touch. But there is the exchange. And, well, for whatever reason, they are still running in their lanes. They shouldn't be. They should be running on the inside. But why is she running? Christianburg still running out on lane 8, when in truth and in fact, she could so easily have been running on the inside. So they've really given up a big stagger there. Now here they come for the victory. And second place going to Bishop Anstey. Really, they maybe it's where the runner was positioned, but they could so easily have come on the inside to make that exchange. But again, she would have lost so much time running all the way out in lane 8, trying to come back around. When in truth and in fact, all they had to do was come first to receive the baton, and let's go again. So again, St. Joseph, Bishops, and Barkport, or St. Joseph, Bishops, and Christian. And I think Christian really would have lost a great opportunity there for a victory. And so 149.58, the winning time there, and they certainly benefited. One would have to say, not that they may not have won it outright. 151.52 for Bishops, but they were really aided and abetted there by that error from Christian. 156.18, when they seem to have the race pretty much under control. So these are some of the spectators here who braved the inclement weather to witness these athletes perform here at the Hazley Crawford Stadium. And relays always sort of brings out the excitement for the spectators, because they're cheering, and they're just cheering the running. Of course, they may each have their favorite team or school that they're supporting, but I think they always love the idea of just the adrenaline that the relays would conjure up here. So now we have the boys under 15s, 4x200. And in lane 3, we have QRC. Lane 4, we have Mackenzie. In 5, we have Persando. In 6, we have Holy Cross. And in 7, we have St. Vincent Grammar. So the under starters orders here. Again, Bishop, rather QRC in 3, Mackenzie in 4, Press Sando in 5, Holy Cross in 6, and St. Vincent Grammar in 7. So those are the 5 competing teams. So they're just getting them to stand again. So they're back under starters orders once again. I think the runner was not comfortable in the block, and you've seen that quite a bit. Some runners just are not used to the block, so their whole body is in an unusual position. So here they go, quickly on their way, and St. Vincent off and running. Tyler Hercules trying to give his team some kind of a lead there. QRC struggling a little bit at the moment, but going very well indeed. Mackenzie also trying to keep up. St. Vincent goes first up, and now they are starting to come on the outside, but running nicely on inside of them, not too badly off, and hoping to do a QRC trying to come up here, but they will have some work to do. Press San Fernando are the ones pushing here, pushing hard, trying to catch them. In fact, they will catch them. And Press Sando will hand off second. They go on the inside, and the runners again trying to make that exchange. So here we go as they go up the back straight away now. Press Sando and St. Vincent. And here they go. That's the final exchange. And Vincent gets it. And they are screaming away now. This could be curtains here. I don't think anybody's going to catch this young man as he comes sprinting away. And once again, Aaron Bysden finishing off in style for them. And so QRC coming in there, and as well as Holy Cross. But again, brilliant running from that man Basden. He's been one of the standouts of this meet so far. So St. Vincent 138.95. Just ahead of Mackenzie, who did very well. 141.65. And Presentation College 144.42. So those are your top 3. QRC 144. So again, congrats to St. Vincent, 138.95. Second place going to Mackenzie, 141.65. And third place, the Pres Sandu, 144.42. So we have this. So we have the second heat of this boys under 15 4x2. So we have St. Mary's College in lane 2, Fatima College in 3, CUC in 4, President's College in 5, and Trinity East out there in lane 6. So 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So Jelani Roberts is the man nearest to you here on to the left of your screen in the yellow. He's going to get things started for Trinity East. And they quickly off and running. So they started not holding them there very long. But the man running in the middle, CUC, they are the ones making the early move there. Josiah Victor or Victor Votor. And he is moving, but coming up again nicely on his outside there is President's College, doing very well. And there is the exchange. Fatima College now getting the batter, but swooping away is CUC. They are moving. CUC, they're really the ones who, but St. Mary's College coming back and coming back hard at them. St. Mary's College moving. St. Mary's College are going to hand off first. And they do so indeed. St. Mary's College taking the lead. CUC is right there with them. Well, what a run. What a second leg that was for St. Mary's. And now they go screaming up the back straightaway, trying to extend that lead. That looks like Williams there, trying to drop the hammer. St. Mary's now are going to try to close this out, and they get the lead. It's going to be tough to close them down, but let's see if anybody going to have any kind of an impression on them. The Saints, they come marching home as they turn the bend and straighten up. And this is going to be plain sailing for them. St. Mary's comes in, coming close, coming hard at them. Their President's College. CUC would finish in third place. And of course, Trinity East now finishing their run. Well, what a fantastic run that was from St. Mary's College. And they first of all, they were behind 140-49 for them. And they certainly looked like they were out of it earlier. So St. Mary's College winning on a counter 140-49. In second place was President's College, the 144, and CUC 145. So again, we have more relay action coming up shortly as the girls on the 17s 4x2 will take pride of place, and Teresha Hughes from Christianburg will be running out in lane 8. In lane 6, we have President's College. In lane 5, Boca Grenada. In lane 4, we have Bishop Anstey. In lane 3, Carpichima West. So those are the competing teams here in this one. So girls under 17, 4x200 meter, Carpichima West in 3, Bishop Anstey in 4, Boca Grenada in 5, President's College in 6, and Christianburg in lane 8. So we've seen the under 15s. Now we're getting the under 17s. So they're under starters orders for the girls 4x200, under 17 girls 4x200 relay. Carpichima West in 3, Bishop Anstey in 4, Boca Grenada in 5, President's College in 6, and Christianburg in 8. And they're all first time. And quickly out there is Tarisha Hughes for Christianburg on the outside. She is flying going out there, but Boca Grenada also coming at her and closing up that stagger rather quickly as they move up that back straight away there. That's Serena Hall closing all the time as you see Hughes starts to fade. And in fact, Boca hands off first, and they now take the lead. Trying to close them on the inside there is Bishop Anstey, but they are long way behind as she comes into the straightaway. Now she's tying up a little bit. Can they come back? And Christianburg keep coming at her, but they won't get there. Boca Grenada are cruising to the final exchange, or should I say the third exchange, as they now go inside here. Bishops did very well to close down that stagger quite nicely now. Carpichima West only now leaving just ahead of them, President's College. But this is Boca Grenada. They are flying going down that back straightaway there. Final exchange is completed. Christiansen also hands over. Bishops hands over third. And here is Presidents now handing over fifth. But look at this brilliant run there. They are not letting up. They are just pouring it on here. Boca Grenada, Annalisa Brown to the finish line as she goes to the line now to win it and win it in convincing fashion. Okay. So again, a fantastic run there from Boca. 144.94. Their winning time. And of course, Christiansen 148.64 in second. 154.09 to Bishops in third. So congratulations again to the young ladies from Boca Grenada because they certainly was the best team out there. They were really flying around the track. The exchanges were good, not perfect, but good enough. And that's the whole idea: get the battle around, and they did exactly that. So congratulations to them as well. So again, just to recap for you quickly here, the under 15 girls, 4x2. St. Joseph, let me just give you the javelin throwing event. The girls under 17 or the 17 plus. Peyton Winter from Sawa South, 30 meters, the winner. From Abia Halls of Bishop Anstey, 29.35 meters. And Janice Allen from Mayaro was third with a distance of 26.76 meters. Zariah John of Tableland came next at 16.74 meters. And in the girls' discus, Naomi Phillip of Boca Grenada, 30.93 meters. Abia Halls of Bishop Anstey, 27.46. Jasira Joseph of Boca Grenada, 26.08 was third. Peyton Winter, Sawa South, 24.63 was fourth. And Janaya Thomas of Bishop Anstey, 23.87 was fifth. Back on the track, the boys under 17s now. They're 4x2. And we have two sections. In the first section, in lane number 2, we have Holy Cross College. In lane 3, we have St. Vincent Grammar. In lane 5, Barkpaw West. In lane 6, we have St. Joseph's College. And in lane 7, we have Mackenzie. But there is a team in lane number 4. So we will just verify. So there is a team out there in lane 4. So I don't know if that is the President's College. So again, it looks as if they're only going with what was originally there because there was a team in lane 4, but they have now been pushed away. So Holy Cross, St. Vincent in 3, Barrackpore in 5, St. Joseph in 6, and Mackenzie in 7. This is the first group. And here we go. Quickly, they are off. St. Vincent doing very well, but also running nicely out there is St. Joseph's College, closing the stagger on the team on the outside, Mackenzie, and they're flying, going down that back straight away there. St. Joseph's College doing very well. Also closing up on the inside is St. Vincent Grammar. and they get the baton second. And also in the mix there now, St. Joseph's College. Mackenzie also trying to get back here. Here comes Mackenzie, but here comes St. Vincent on the inside. They take the lead coming home as they are now pushing to get to the exchange. Coming hard on the outside once again is Mackenzie. And they will hand off in second. And in third, there, now going off, would be St. Joseph's College. But leading St. Vincent Grammar, they are cruising, but not cruising that much because look at who is coming at them now. And this is, in fact, he had to bounce his teammate to hand over the baton. So now running and coming out, St. Vincent, they're still leading. And in fact, they're extending their lead. St. Vincent Grammar, they are coming to the line to win it. And just holding on there, St. Joseph College would finish in third with Mackenzie. And we saw coming in there Holy Cross College. But you saw and that is part of what, when you exchanging the baton, the runners just sort of bumped into each other. So Mackenzie High would have been second place finishers. Mackenzie High would be second, and in third place we would have had St. Joseph's College. So 137.63 the official time. St. Joseph 142.14. But there was that big sort of collision with that second exchange that just threw off everything for them. So Mackenzie 141.36. The ones who was second, and St. Joseph would have been third in 142.14. So now we have the second heat for the under 17 boys, 4 by 200 meters. We have QRC in lane 2. In lane 4, we have the President's College. In lane 5, Fatima. And in lane 7, Presentation San Fernando. Those are the 4 teams in this heat. So they're just waiting again for the final instructions or for the starters' orders. QRC again in their light blue tops in lane 2. In lane 4, President's College in their mauve tops. In lane 5, Fatima College in their yellow tops. And Presentation San Fernando in lane 7 in their black tops. So those are the 4 competing teams. And the boys under 17, 4 by 200. So we're getting ready for the start of this one, the second half of this boys under 17 4x2. Here we go, quickly on their way now on the outside, running very well there, Pres Sandu, but moving up on the inside, Fatima College making some early headway. They look like are the ones in the lead at the moment. And yes, it is Fatima College who are going to hand over first, and they do. And but on the outside and nicely positioned there, Pres Sandu, and they are going to be the ones coming around and coming around quickly. Pres Sandu are the ones taking the lead and cruising right now. And can he finish off the race here? But look at QRC on the inside. QRC is coming and coming very fast indeed. And now QRC gets it second. Fatima, and of course, holding fourth place now, President's College. QRC, though, keeping very close tabs there on Pres Sandu. In fact, they're closing down that gap very quickly indeed. And here we go again. QRC now takes the lead. But you just get the impression there that the man from Pres Sandu is just jogging. Now he's starting to put on the burners, but he's gone in the second lane. Again, giving himself extra work, but he feels he has the measure of his man. He's looking at him, he's gazing at him, and he's going to win it easily in the end there. So talk about a little gamesmanship there, as if to say, you can't run with me. I have this covered no matter what you try. And he just eased over the line there. But it's stuck. So presentation 136.06. And QRC in second place at 136.13. And Fatima taking third place here in 138.59. But again, you could just see the quality there from Isaiah Teasdale. He never looked worried at all. Never looked in any kind of discomfort. And in fact, he was comfortably. So the girls 17 plus. So they are now getting ready for the girls for 17 plus 4x200. Boca Grenada in 2, Holy Name, Port of Spain in 3, and Bishop Anstey in 4. Actually, it's just two teams for this one in 3 and 4. And here we go. Quickly now, Holy Name against Bishop Anstey. And Holy Name it is who is taking an early lead here. And they just cruise past Bishop Anstey. In that one there is Leah Abraham against Maya Phillips. And Abraham just blew the lid off that one. She hands off first. Bishops have some work to do here if they're to get back in this one. It's not going to be easy because here comes Holy Name as they continue to extend that lead and coming to make that exchange, the second exchange here now. She's coming and she's coming quickly. She's going to hand off, and here they go. Still trying to Bishops with work to do here now. Do they have it in them to try to even close this gap? It's a big lead, and but no lead is insurmountable when you're running like this. And we'll see if she could at least close the stagger and give her teammate a chance. But right now, here is the final exchange, and away goes Holy Name as they look for the finish line now. Bishops with they're a long way back, and I don't think they're going to catch them. It's too much of a gap to make up now. She's into the final straightaway, coming home comfortably. Now, Jada Jones and completing the race there, and Bishop's Anstey will have to settle for second place. And again, the 4x200 is a fairly demanding race, so 151.10. So Fatima College doing the boys long jump. So we also seeing action in the boys under 17 long jump event, or rather the boys under 15 long jump. So as you can see, they're just preparing the pit here for the jump. So we're looking at the long jump event. And again, a red flag. Right, we can't get a shuttle before the. They're already before the. It's quite clear. Oh, that's good. I want to go. It's good point. Let's shut right now. That's too long. You're going to need to find this. Are you? But this is the only shop you get in like a side-on shop kind of thing, and bodily with the run up, right? But after they do that, we don't have a close up of them, you know. So that camera was the one that was needed here, so that you could at least frame them up on the runway to come, but don't move them because. Mhm. They need to. They also need to frame up those shots faster, and we could go from one way to the next, to the next, to the next. You know. So we see some of the ladies coming back. We also seeing the boys long jump in action, and we have the pole vault continuing as well as the boys under 17 javelin. So right now we have a beehive of activities taking place as you get ready for the girls under 17. So, so this is the medley relay that is coming up. So we have the girls medley relay. And it's one by one by two by four. So here we go now, just three of them. So Boca Grenada are the ones who are flying, going down the back straight away. They're going past Bishop Anstey, and now they're going to run 4x1 by 2. So this is a 200-meter leg, and coming in here now, Boca Grenada coming to the start finish line, and this is going to be the 400-meter leg to finish off this relay. Bishop's trying to stay in contact, and Boca Grenada hands off, and Bishop's hands off now, and President's College in third. So this is the 400-meter leg now of this relay. So it's 1x1 by 2 by 4, 2 laps of the track. So she's tiring, but so too are the runners behind her. And as a result, she may have enough to hold that stagger all the way around. So this will be fairly comfortable for these young ladies from Boca Grenada. They're going to win it now in just about 155. And Bishop Anstey in second. So the 800-meter sprint medley, 1x1 by 2 by 4. So 155.37 their winning time. Second place going to Bishop Anstey in 201.05. And third place, of course, going to the President's College. So we've seen more action going on. The javelin, I think, has already concluded. They still have the long jump in progress. So coming up next, we should be seeing there's a shot of the two participants in the pole vault. O.C. Ambrose of Trinities, and you just saw Joshua Andrews there of QRC. As the bar gets a little higher, of course, the degree of difficulty increases. So we getting ready for the sprint medley. And this is going to be interesting in the sense that this is 1x2 by 3 by 4. So that one is going to start over on the 200-meter marker. So as we see the pole vault event coming to an end there, we're getting ready for the 1,000-meter sprint medley relay, 100 meters by 200 meters by 300 meters by 400 meters. So it's 1 by 2 by 3 by 4. So again, if we to make out, we have lane 2, St. Vincent in lane 2. In 3, it looks like Trinity East in 3. In lane 4, we have Mackenzie. In lane 5, President's College. So here we go now for the 1,000 sprint medley relay, 1 by 2 by 3 by 4. So the first group will run 100 meters. The second group will run 200 meters. The third group will run 300 meters. And the fourth group will run 1 lap of the track for 400 meters to make up the 1,000 meters. So Boca out in the distance in 8. Just inside of them in 7, looks like El Dorado East. Here they go, quickly away and moving very smartly indeed there. It looks like Trinity East and really cruising up there now. So they make the first exchange. They are going to be running 200 meters as they make their way across. And there is a slight collision there because the athletes they came in very quickly indeed and almost collided there. And now it's really a maze of exchanges there. So now they're going to have to run 300 meters. Boca in front. So Boca Grenada. So Mackenzie now takes over the lead. And they are coming to do the last exchange. Boca second, Mackenzie first. Boca again right in touch me distance. St. Vincent trying their best to stay there. So Mackenzie high in front. Boca is second. St. Vincent right there. They could actually win this as they close in all the time. Does he have enough in him? Here comes St. Vincent again. St. Vincent once more, but they can't do it. Boca has taken the lead now, and they're the ones who are showing they're Boca Grenada, but still coming, still coming. Boca Grenada just holding on, just holding on. So Boca Grenada too strong coming home, and the others just couldn't hold them off there on that occasion. But really strong running indeed. So again, So here we go here now. A white flag for the young man out of St. Vincent and Ethan Kent. And he is the leader coming into these. This was his fifth jump. And I don't know if anybody, if they're going to surpass him. And his coach is probably telling him he could still do better and really just stretch out a little bit better and complete the jump. So again, when you're being coached and driven by like this, you don't sort of compete down to the level of the competition. What you try to do is stay ahead of the competition. So you're always trying to improve. There's almost like a tunnel vision that you have to have in events like these. Forget what the opponents are doing, do what you are capable of doing, and always try to do your best and try to improve every time you get to the track. I think we also have the 5,000-meter event coming up. So that will start the the 5,000 meter more than likely will start. So yeah, the boys 5,000 meter is the next track event, and that is upcoming. Just about four runners in this one. Well, that is a punishing race. So I don't envy these young men because they're heading into what is a real tough, tough event. But I would imagine some of them would have trained and prepared for it. So if they didn't, it's going to be a shock to the system. So we have out of QRC, we have Isaiah Alda. So just the five of them, four of them rather. I'm seeing Lyndon Gonzalez there from Boca. QRC is also represented by Isaiah Alda. So here we go. So Jaden Marshall, a man from Princestown West, also running in there is Deacon Romero from Matlock, Isaiah Alda out of QRC, and Lyndon Gonzalez from Boca Grenada. Those are the four making their way around the track. So Darius Harding taking the lead. And yesterday we saw him decimate the field in the 1500. And so he's back for more today. So again, this is 5,000 meters that they are attempting here. And you could see him almost biding his time there, Darius Harding. Just cruising. It's a long race. When they come back, they will see 11 laps to go. So Kent wraps up the long jump with another victory to his name. In the meantime, these runners are just trying to mow down the laps here. When they come back, they'll see 10 laps to go. So still a ways to go. This race is what, 12 and a half laps of the Hasty Crawford Stadium. That's the reason why it started over at the 200-meter marker. So still plenty of work to do here. And just to let you know that there's supposed to be an exhibition 100-meter dash coming up. And we see Chad Richards, Trevon Stewart, Jeremiah St. John, Samuel Stewart, and Kadeem Chinapu going to be the ones who are going to be taking part in that. Again, for the 17 plus 4x200 relay, Bishop Anstey, 151. Oh, just to correct that here, Bishops won it, yes, 151.10 ahead of Holy Name Convent, 155.77. So the quartet of Maya Phillips, Tasha Bernard, Deirdre Daniel, and Kezia Joy Husbands completed the course in 151.10 ahead of Holy Name Convent's 155.77. Leah Abram, Janisa Allamby, Malana Patrick, and Jada Jones In the girls under 17 4 by 200-meter relay, Boca Grenada won it in 144.94 ahead of Christianberg 148.64 and Bishop Anstey in 154.09. Carpichema West was fourth and President's College was fifth. In the boys under 17 4 by 2, Pres Sandu won it in 136.06. Queen's Royal College second in 136.13. St. Vincent Grammar in 137.63. Fatima College came next in 138.59 and President's College 140.95. In the under 17 girls shot put, again, Janaya Thomas of Bishop Anstey, 12.65 meters. Kayla Fitzpatrick of St. Joseph's Convent, Port of Spain, 12.07 meters. Jasira Joseph of Boca Grenada, 11.47 meters. Akeda Bernard of Sando East, 11.32 meters. 11.32 meters, and Naomi Phillips of Boca Grenada, 10.89 meters, and Pauline Flats rather, of President's College was sixth in 7.86 meters. And in the the 17 plus shot put, 6 kilogram shot put, Jelani Chinielu of CTS College, 15.73 meters was your winner, ahead of Darian Boyce of Holy Cross, 13 meters flat, and Filmon Vialva of Presentation San Fernando, 12 meters flat, finishing in third place. In fourth, we had Nicole Gomez of ADN Consultants, 11.50 meters. Addison second of Superior West, 11.04 second, 04 meters, I should say. Joshua Campbell of Boca Grenada, 10.91 meters. And Jordan Dos Santos of President's College, 10 meters flat. But here is the young man just easing away from everyone. And making it look very, very easy indeed. That's Darius Harding of CTS College, opening up a sizable lead there, over 100 meters on second place, Isaiah Alda of QRC. Dequan Romero of Matlat is there, and Lyndon Gonzalez of Boca Grenada fills fourth place. But now he's starting to extend his lead here just a little bit. Harding, almost a good 100 meters, maybe 105 meters now. And it just goes to show where his conditioning, he looked so superior to the others. And again, we saw it yesterday in the 1500, and he's showing it again today in this 5,000 event. So he's really cruising at the moment, maintaining that lead. Isaiah Alda is second. Dequan Romero is in third, and Lyndon Gonzalez of Boca Grenada still remains in fourth place. When he comes back, you see that he has 5 laps to go. As he comes towards the start finish line now, we'll see 4 laps to go after this. But he's so comfortable. It's really, it doesn't look like anybody is going to even close the gap on him. If anything, he might very well increase this gap a little bit more as he again extends his lead. His lead is now well past 100, 115, almost 120 meters. He is in front, and he is just completely decimating this field. Not sure if he's going to catch anybody to lap them, but he's certainly well on his way to register another victory here. And his lead just continues to grow and grow and grow as he's in the straightaway now. And the nearest man to him is only now approaching 200 meters. So he is a good 160 meters ahead and cruising towards the completion of this one. So Darius Harding leading, the man from CTS College, well in front. And not leaving anything to chance. He's just sort of just controlling himself, not really trying to you say, blow up. He already has the field beaten, so he's just sort of maintaining his composure. And with every stride, he's just inching a little bit closer to the finish line. When he comes back, he will see 2 laps to go. Right now, the other runners will see 3 laps remaining. So he will see 2 laps to go as he comes to. So the next time he comes around, he will get the bell, an indication that the race has 1 lap left. So here we go. As you say, he's an easy street. There's no real change in his cadence. He's just comfortably jogging almost. And like I said, I don't think he's going to catch any of the runners ahead of him unless he dramatically speeds up. So he just moves, or just moving ahead and extending his lead, but he's getting dangerously close to the strugglers. The man from CTS College, Harding, is really a cut above the rest as he comes in now, approaching just about 100 meters or so to go. He's coming for Bell. So here comes Harding. I think they want to see if he could lap somebody, but let's see if he's able to do that. Daquan Romero is in danger as he comes for the bell now. Darius Harding from CTS College gets the bell with just about 14:50 on the clock. And remember yesterday he kind of speeded up at the end. Let's see if he does a similar thing here as well. He might very well lap third and fourth place in this race. In fact, I think you could say without fail that he would catch. And just going past, So it's actually Shane Bissoon that he has gone past there. And now he's taking aim at Lyndon Gonzalez, past him as well. And here he comes to finish his race. And the winner of the 5,000 meters, he won 1,500 yesterday, make that a double. 16 minutes roughly, unofficial. The others still have one lap to go. So a comprehensive victory on his part. And certainly just feeling a little discomfort, hand and hips, but I don't think he was ever worried about the victory. That was never in doubt. So now coming in for second place here now, Isaiah Alda of QRC coming in to finish. So now he finishes second place and also coming back now, finding a little bit of energy. And the man from Boca Icon, Lyndon Gonzalez from Grenada, Shane Bissoon of Presentation College, San Fernando, would finish in fourth place. So those are your finishers. Harding in 15:59:53. So seeing some of the prizes there. Boca Grenada, Bishops Anstey. So Presentation third, Bishops second, and Boca Grenada finishing first. So pretty soon we'll be heading back to the track for some of the relay events, as well as the men's triple jump. That is coming up in a short. So again, it's primarily the jumps and the relays to close off proceedings here, which order they're going in. And of course, we should have that invitational 100-meter sprint. Where exactly they're going to fit it in, I'm not sure. Or it should come after the 4x1 relays. So the athletes are making their way to the different points. So we're getting the 4x1 relay is coming up next. And there's look for the girls under 15 4x1 relay. And these are the spectators who are trying to avoid the rain, but in the cool, so that I think they would be happy with the cool conditions here at the Hazley Crawford Stadium. So we looking at the athletes just in the foreground. They're marking out their run-ups for the triple jump. And now we're getting ready, getting back to the sprint relays for the girls U15's 4 by 100 meters relay event. That's coming up next. So we're getting ready again for the sprint relay. The girls 4 by 100 meter relay. So we have Bishops in 2, St. Joseph's College in 3. In 4, we have Christianburg College. President's College will run out of lane 5. In lane 6, we have Barkpore West. And in lane 7, we have Holy Name Convent, Port of Spain. So those are the participants, lanes 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. So we can see Bishop Anstey in lane number 2. So Barport West, right in front of your camera there, Carissa Lodet. President College in lane 5. Christian Berg runs out of lane 4. And St. Joseph Convent Port of Spain will run out of lane 3. And Bishop Anstey will run out of lane number 2. Yeah, the girls 4 by 100 meters sprint relay. And we have all the runners around the track waiting to receive the baton from this lot here. They're under starters orders. Bishops in 2, St. Joseph's in 3, Christianburg in 4, President's College 5, Barrapo 6 and Holy Name in 7. They're off and quickly making a big move there. President's College, or rather Christian Berg, is running up on her teammate and they hand off quickly and they're off and running. Christian Berg blazing away, going down the track, and they're going to hand off yet again first. And they're moving. Bishops, though, on the inside, starting to close. Do they have enough time to make up the stagger? Christian Berg is going away. The exchange is a good one. Here comes Bishops. Can they close the stagger here? Coming late. Bishop and C trying hard. Cummings is trying. Cummings is coming. Cummings is trying to get there, but she won't. Christianberg maybe just a little too quick or in the earlier legs, and Bishop's not able to make up the stagger despite the best efforts there of Cummings. Kiana Cummings was trying, but not able to get there in time. 50-43 to 50-79. So again, Christian Berg with the Guyana flag. And St. Joseph would take third place. So they would be there 52.04. So now we're getting ready for the boys 4 by 100 meter relay as the young ladies from Christianberg showing that they mean business here. Showing that they are well prepared and they're taking no prisoners. In fact, they would like to sweep all these relays if they can. It's a very talented contingent out of Guyana, representing the various high schools. And confidently doing it that way as well. So now we get ready for the boys 4 by 100 under 15 boys. So looking at the entries for this one, Mackenzie in 1, QRC in 2, St. Vincent Grammar in 3, St. Mary's College in 4, Eldorado East was slated in 5, but the lane 5 looks empty. CUC in 6, or President's College in 6 rather, CUC in 7, and out there in late, Presentation College San Fernando. So it's lane 5 that is empty at the moment. So it means that Eldorado East have opted out of this one. So again, those are the lane assignments there. We're looking at running for QRC, Zion Joseph. Lyndon Haynes will lead off Mackenzie. And Tyler Hercules will do the honors for St. Vincent Grammar. And the near shot here to you is Dilshan Welcome from President's College. So here they go quickly around here now. They have that second exchange. This is the one, but again, St. Vincent, they are starting to do some separation here nicely now. Azari Horn, and this is the final exchange. And here they come, cruising away on the inside. Mackenzie trying to hold off fast finishing St. Mary's. Can they do it? St. Mary's coming. St. Mary's coming. St. Mary's just on the line. There, Mackenzie just held on for second. And St. Mary's would have to settle for third place. 45-71. 48-32. And St. Mary's 48-41. So those are the winners, the top three for the boys under 15 4 by 100-meter relay. Again, St. Vincent Grammar showing their class. St. Mary's came close to silver medal there, but Mackenzie just too strong and too quick. And again, most of the differences would be could be accounted for in the battle exchanges. That's where teams kind of lose time because the exchanges are not as smooth as they should be. And that is the quartet from St. Vincent Grammar, who just picked up the victory there in the boys 4 by 1 and the 15 boys 4 by 1. Now we get ready for the girls under 17 4 by 1. In the meantime, the triple jump is heating up. So we're looking at some of the so the boys triple jump is also in play here as well. So that should be coming up in a little bit. Once again, NZ Davis and Elil Brown uh, hoping to impress there. But now we look at the girls, U17s, their 4 by 100-meter relay event. Of course, Boca Grenada in lane 1. In lane 2, we have Carpichima West. Lane 3 is vacant. President's College in lane 4. In lane 5, we have Holy Name Convent. In lane 6, we have Sando West. In lane 7, Bishop Anstey and Christian Berg out there in lane number 8. So again, Holy Name Convent in 5, Sando West in 6, Bishop Anstey in 7, and Christian Berg out there in lane 8, and on the inside you have Boca Grenada and Carpichima West. And here they go quickly now away and trying to make up the stagger early. Boca Grenada on the inside. They're moving nicely. Also moving great. President's College are also moving up there. So that first exchange, it's a little bit botched, but look at the speed on the outside as Christian Berg continues to move along nicely. The exchange is a decent one, but on the inside, Boca, they are moving too. Boca Grenada on the inside. They're flying coming around. And this is the final exchange. And they are on their way. Nobody's going to catch them. They are flying to the line, coming hard on the outside. Christian Berg trying, but it's all in vain. Booker wins it. Christian Berg second, and Bishop Anstey will take third. Again, just a little more efficient. 49.88. Their winning time, 51.53. Bishop 54.28. So those are the top three. And so now the boys will come to the line for their sprint relay. The under 17 boys, 4x1. So we'll give you the lane assignments here for the boys under 17 4x100 meter relay event. Again, we may have an empty lane. We wait to see if that is in fact the case. So pretty soon, as the runners just try to organize themselves, make sure that the blocks are nicely settled and cemented so that there isn't any unusual movement when they apply some force on it to shoot out of the blocks. So you see it here in lane number 5, St. Joseph's College. Showdown 2 bay. So we have St. Vincent in lane 1, El Dorado East in lane 2, President's College in lane 3. In lane 4, we have Trinity East. In lane 5, we have St. Joseph's College. Mackenzie High in lane 6, QRC in 7, and Presentation Sando in lane number 8. So there is Rashad Fredericks in blue, just waiting to explode out of the blocks there. Actually, that's Kyle Nurse, who is in the blue there. He is going to run the lead for the Mackenzie High. So he just waits to make sure that his teammates are in the correct position to receive the baton when the race starts. It's a similar thing at the other end. So here we go. For this one, a full house. St. Vincent in 1, El Dorado East in 2, President's College in 3, Trinity East in 4, St. Joseph's College in 5, Mackenzie High in 6, QRC 7, and Pres Sando in 8. Here we go, and quickly off. St. Vincent is starting to move nicely on the inside as they try to make up the stagger. QRC also going well, and it's a good early exchange, and they almost botched it there. It's like they didn't want to let it go. In the meantime, flying on the outside, Presentation San Fernando doing well as they go away. Now, can QRC, can St. Vincent on the inside do anything at all? Presentation College or President's College doing well. El Dorado East also there, but there's no catching the men on the outside. Presentation College of San Fernando, they are going to rump to a victory here, followed by QRC, and on the inside there, El Dorado East. So Manny Groves bringing them home, or rather Isaiah Teasdale, I should say, bringing them home. And what a victory that is for them there, just breaking the sequence. Mhm. So again, presentation, putting on a serious display there. Excellent sprinting from them. 43-43, their winning time. And 45-27 to QRC. And in third place, El Dorado East, showing that they too are quite capable. And now the girls 17 plus 4 by 100-meter relay. And after the 4 by 1, there is the there is the expected 4 by 1. There is that expected 100-meter sprint, an invitational race. So we just had that. We're going to get the girls 17 plus. So Holy Name Convent in 2 and Bishop Anstey in 3. Just 2 teams in this one. Leah Abraham and Deirdre Daniel, and they're off and running here. Now, Holy Name from Port of Spain, Bishop Anstey also from Port of Spain, trying their best here now to outdo each other. Bishop Anstey under some pressure here because here comes Holy Name, and the Holy Name are the ones who take the lead, and they go screaming away. The exchange is a good one as well, and so they are nicely on their way for a victory here. Bishop's fading badly, not able to really keep in touch, and now all they have to do is make sure this exchange is a good one. It's a brilliant one, and they are off and running. Jada Jones, Holy Name Convent, sprinting to the line to win it and win it on a canter. That's a good 17 plus. So 50, 44, and 53, 82. So a comprehensive victory that for the St. the Holy Name Convent outfit ahead of Bishop Anstey. Just 2 of them going in that one. Similarly, of the boys U17s or 17 plus 4 by 1 coming up next. In the meantime, we have a presentation taking place on the inside. You see many of these athletes, Boca Grenada, the winners. They are, of course, receiving just reward for their efforts. So congratulations to them. Eldorado's second and Mackenzie in third place there. So back to the track we go for the boys U17s, or 17 plus, I should say, 4 by 100-meter event. Looking at CUC there in lane 5. Carpichama West, of course, will run out of lane number 4. Anthony Warner leading off CUC there. So Boca Grenada on the inside. Jamal Nichols will lead them off. Mackenzie High in 3. Daquan Farrell to do the honors there. West, Carpichama West. Micaiah Ward to lead them off. CUC, Anthony Warner in 5. Press Sando in 6. And Superior West in 7. And again, they're off and running. Let's see who is moving the fastest. And certainly looks like Press Sando. They are the ones moving up on the middle of the track. And now they're trying to see if they could track down Superior West on the outside. Again, presentation, Sando makes the handoff, but on the inside, look at who's moving up on the inside. Boca Grenada are moving on the inside and moving fast as well. Here's the final exchange. This could be a foot race to the line, but it's going to be Boca. Boca, the ones moving the fastest of the lot. Boca Grenada are going to win it again. And on the outside there, Holy Cross coming up to take second. Again, the exchanges proven to be the Holy Cross 44.25 and Press 44.98. So again, brilliant running from these youngsters, and the exchanges are a lot better. Holy Cross came almost from nowhere and snatched second place in the end. On the inside, of course, you could see more presentations taking place. These are the boys under 17 javelin. So we have the invitational 100-meter race to come, and then that will be followed by the 4x4 relays. So we just see the participants getting ready for this invitational 4 by 100-meter 100-meter sprint event. In the meanwhile, we see in the jumps continuing. So we have, is it 5 of them or just 4 actually making it to the line here? So we have Chad Richards in 2, Trevon Stewart in 3, Jeremiah St. John in 4, and Samuel Stewart in 5. So this will be the invitational 100-meter. These are runners who are obviously over 17 or out of their teens, or if they are, in their late teens. But Chad Richards and missing out of lane 6 would have been Kadeem Chinapu, who was scheduled to make an appearance, but is not here, so the show will go on without him. We also see the runners walking on the inside of the track right now. They're getting ready for their 4x4. So we have a string of 4x4s, under 15 boys and girls, under 17 boys and girls, and 17 plus boys and girls 4x400. So they'll do one lap, they'll each do a lap of the field to bring the curtains down. So they are the runners who are just moving by, but so so we're looking at Chad Richards in lane 2. Trevon Stewart in lane 3. Jeremiah St. John in 4, and Samuel Stewart in lane number 5. So this should be a quick one. I'm not sure if we're going to get a 10-2 out of these runners, but we live in hope. And so this is the invitational 100-meter for these runners. All of them are running unattached. So here we go. The under starters orders in this one. So Chad Richards lines up in lane 2 in the black and white. Trevon Stewart in the black top is in 3. Jeremiah St. John in the orange is in 4. And Samuel Stewart in the yellow and move. Here they go quickly now, and that's a good start. But look at the man on the inside trying to get there. But it is Jeremiah St. John who is going to get it done. So Jeremiah St. John gets it done ahead of Trevon Stewart, and Chad Richards was the one who was closing fast. So that was the men's invitational event. And Trevon Stewart, but is Jeremiah St. John, 10:42, 10:56, and 10:63. So 10:42, the winning time there. So St. John from Stewart from Richards. So that was the men's 5,000-meter event you're seeing there from the podium. CTC College from QRC and from Boca, Grenada. So we're getting ready now for the 4 by 400-meter relay events. So in the meantime, the boys triple jump is continuing at a pace as the athletes arrange their starting blocks. So we're seeing all of these athletes now making their way to the start line where they will get themselves in position to complete their events. Remember, everybody's running 400 meters, so it's a 4 by 4. So it's one lap of the field, one lap of the track for everybody. We had the sprint relays earlier where they went 4 by 1. We had the 4 by 2. And then, of course, we had the medley relays 1 by 1 by 2 by 4. And that also included a 1 by 2 by 3 by 4 for the 1,000-meter relay. But this one is a straight a mile relay, 1,600 meters, 4 by 4 by 4 by 4. So let's look at the starting lineups for you. Barrackpore West in lane 2, Bishop Anstey in 3. In 4, we have Christianberg. And way out in lane 7, we have the President's College. So just 4 runners on the track. And remember, they all have to run in their lanes for the first lap and then part of the second lap. So let's see how they set up here now as we get ready for the start of this one. The girls under 15 4 by 4. So you're looking there in lane number 4, Christian Berg, and leading them off will be Calera Peters. She goes into her blocks there. So here we go. So I think that was the officials calling back the race. I don't think there was a false start from any of the participants. So I think it was. So I think they sorted it out. So they're back on the starters orders here again. So it's going to be Barrackpore West, Bishop Anstey, Christian Berg, and President's College. So here they go in the first 400 meters, the 4 by 400 meters. And remember, they're running in their lanes all the way around and nicely moving up there now on the inside. That looks like Christian Berg. They are starting to take control of this race and really putting themselves in front. Way out on the outside there, President's College, they are struggling a little bit, as is the runner out of Barrackpore West on the inside. But Bishop Anstey trying their best to stay in touch here. They're running second at the moment, but Christian Berg, they continue to show their quality in this one as they cruise towards the first handover. And here they go with the first exchange as they go sprinting around now, and they will see the cone. So once they pass that area there, they can then cut into the inside lane and run on that inside lane in lane 1 the rest of the race. So here they come now as they come inside, but it's still Christian Berg leading and leading comfortably at that. And they're also trying to do their President's College. Christian Christian Berg with a big lead. Bishop Anstey in second. Can Aaliyah Griffith make something of it here from them? She is still trying to get there. She hasn't reached her teammate yet. They're only now making the exchange. In the meantime, Christian Berg are off and running. Tishana Harris is on her way. Actually, Holliana Jarvis is the one who is doing the honors there. And finally, they make the exchange. Barrackpore West well behind. And Bishop Anstey trying to stay in touch. So Barrackpore West trying to get up there. Lilibet Mohammed trying to get there, but she's really out of gas here right now. But look at who is coming. They're now making their exchange. And already coming back there was Christian Berg. And it's going to be Khalid Trotman, who is going to try to bring them home. And look who's trying to do it for Bishop. She's going to try again. Tiana Cummings. She is going to try. Does she have enough gas in the tank to one, close the gap, two, try to bring it home? She's using a lot of energy trying to catch up with the runner from Khalid Trotman. She's trying to catch on to Trotman, but it's going to take some effort from Kania, Kiana Cummings, and but she's not able to maintain it. She's not able to close the gap significantly, and she is probably going to have to settle for second. But it's not for a lack of trying. She's still trying. She's coming into the straightaway now, but she just cannot get. She cannot close the stagger. Kiana Cummings is trying, but I don't think she's going to catch Calais Trotman, and Trotman is going to win it and win it convincingly in the end. And Kiana Cummings is going to finish in second place. Bishops will finish second. Barakwan now starting their final leg. And and President's College are going to come in for third place. So again, this is always going to be tough for these runners, especially at this age group. So the boys' triple jump continues in the meantime. And we now see the last runner making her way over from Barrackpore West, trying to finish her with Jolene St. Hill or Rihanna Chinsoon, trying to finish off there. So the girls 4x4, 4:14, the winning time. So we see more awards taking place. And St. Vincent, so we're looking at the 4x1 relay teams receiving their medals. They can't all fit on the podium, but congratulations again to them. Of course, Christian Berg doing the honors there. So now we get ready for the boys under 15 4x4. And it looks like a day that really started off that looked very gloomy in terms of the weather has really petered out into a nice cool afternoon here, evening at the here at the Hasty Crawford Stadium. Still a lot of cloud about, some dark clouds, but pretty high for the moment. So we don't anticipate any more rain, at least not for the immediate future. And so, as you see, the triple jumpers continuing to fly about here. As we get ready for the 4 by President's College run out of lane 5. In lane 3, we have Mackenzie High. And in lane 1, we have Trinity East running out of lane 1. We have Mackenzie High running out of lane 3. President's College in 5, QRC in 7, and Presentation San Fernando in lane number 8. So 1, 3, 5, 7, and 8. And then lane 3, Malachi. There they go quickly now. All 5 of them off and running. And QRC trying to get up there quickly, but also moving nicely on the inside. Mackenzie High, they are just cruising into striking distance here, while QRC and Presentation Sandu are battling it out on the outside. Look at it on the inside. Coming up and to take the lead there will be Mackenzie High as they come cruising into the lead on the inside and making it look so easy. QRC now separating from Presentation, but they have some work to do to try to catch up to Mackenzie High. Mackenzie High are the ones who are coming in to hand off first up, and QRC will hand off second. And again, the initial part, they have to run in their lanes and then getting over by the 110 marker. And this time now, QRC can cut in, and QRC now takes the lead as they assume control of the race, but running comfortably there at Mackenzie High. Now trying to move up on the inside there, Trinity East, trying to make some kind of an impression. But again, moving nicely. Presentation College San Fernando trying to see if they could come back in this one. QRC now takes the lead, and they are trying to extend this lead to give themselves a chance here to win this one. QRC, that's a brilliant run for that second leg. QRC with the lead. And now coming in here, Mackenzie High back in second position, but they could retake the lead here. QRC just seemed to be struggling a little bit. No real momentum. And yes, it is going to be Mackenzie High who will regain the lead here. Mackenzie High going away. And can he hold his own here? Malachi Montut is the man, but he too is running out of steam. Here comes QRC again, and it's like a plan. QRC just waited, and then in the final straightaway, he just blew past his man. Manny Samuel is setting up QRC here quite nicely. Now, this final leg, can they do the business here? I don't think they're going to wait anymore. QRC, can he hold out here? Allende Agard. But here comes Mackenzie High. They're not giving up. Mackenzie High trying to close it down. QRC from Mackenzie High. Those two are going to dispute first place. Here comes Mackenzie High. Still closing. Still closing. Can QRC finish it off? Mackenzie High is closing, but QRC holding on, but they think they're in trouble. Mackenzie High is coming. QRC can't hold it. Mackenzie High is going to pass, but QRC is still fighting, still fighting, still fighting, still fighting. Not sure who got it there, right on the line. Well, what a finish here. He was actually diving to the line. Now it's another finish here for third place. Who is going to be? Yes, just in the end. Well, President's College there just holding on for third. Bodies all over the ground. It looked like it's a crime scene. Bodies strewn all over the track. Guys are just out of breath there. And well, what a finish that was. Probably the best finish of the day. It's going to be interesting to see who actually won that race. QRC. So QRC 409.28 to 409.31. What a finish. President's College 427.10. So what a wonderful finish from Queens Royal College, 409.28. And they probably could have gone faster if they ran flat out all the way around, but they just seemed to cruise in the early parts, and then at the that they were able to open up a sizable lead, but they couldn't hold on to it. They got past, but then just in the last meter or two, they were able to just get enough energy to come back and close it off. So a fantastic finish, probably, as you say, probably the best finish of the day here. And at the end of it all, Queens Royal College coming away as the winners of that boys under 15 4x4. Up next would be the girls 4x4. In the meantime, we have some presentations on the infield. So now we've seen the girls coming out for their under 17 4x4. So we're looking at the presentations taking place on the infield while the runners get their blocks settled and get ready for the girls under 17 4x4. So that would have been the boys 200 meters that we saw. So now the girls are coming out for their 1 mile relay. Under 17 girls. 7, 6, 5, 14. So yeah, she was originally lining up in lane 2, um, or she was originally lining up in lane 3 rather, but she is slated to run out of lane 2. So I think they're just making that quick adjustment there, and we will see Barpaw West run out of lane number 2. So we'll have Barpaw West in 2, Christian Berg in 4, Bishop Anstey in 5, Boca Grenada in 6, and in lane 7, President's College out there in 7. So lanes 1, 3, and 8 are vacant, but we have all the actions in 2, 4, 5, 6, and 7. So those are the occupied lanes to Christian Berg with Natasha Alberts ready to launch here. They've been phenomenal, especially in these relays. And we expect more of the same again here in this one. But Boca Grenada looks to be going the best of the lot early on. And Christian Berger also moving up on the inside quite nicely. And that seems to be a familiar refrain from them. They kind of occupy those inside lanes and then they just run their own race. They don't worry about who's leading early. They just assume their position and then they just start to chew up the yards as they come around here now. Already she's making up the stagger on the runner on the outside from Boca Grenada, Sahana Hall. And although Sahana Hall is in the lead here, it's not a big lead because it's really covered nicely by Christian Berg, Natasha Alberts. She will hand off quickly, and they're still within striking distance and coming now to try to make that final exchange there. President's College makes their change. Bishops will also hand off, and finally, Barkpore West will start to sprint around. Now look at how closely they are running here. Boca Grenada are running with Christian Berg. Christian Berg challenging under 200 meters. She's coming and she's coming. She's closing quickly. But does she have enough to come home? She's deciding she's coming along and she's not wasting any time. She is pushing away there from Christian Berg. Angel Jeffrey, the Angel Jeffrey hands over first. And here they goes Boca Grenada, Grenada in second place now with some work to do here. Can she regain the lead or at least keep it close for the final leg? So we're now seeing the exchanges being made, but it's between these two here. Boca Grenada leading, or Christian Berg leading rather, Boca Grenada trying to close it. And she is slowing down significantly now. And she seems to be in trouble here. You could see the grimace on the face here. She's hitting what we call that proverbial wall right now. And she's trying to move, but the leg's not moving. And she's pumping. The arms are moving. The legs are moving. Everything is moving here, but she's in real pain. But she's holding on, holding on. The head is looking up to the heavens here, an indication that she's really tired. And she just hands it off in front, but not by the lead that she received it. And now Boca Grenada right there with Christian Berg. Christian Berg in the black, Boca Grenada in the gray tops. Christian Berg holding on. They're running shoulder to shoulder. Really just trying to really shake each other, but nobody is giving an inch right now. They're running shoulder to shoulder. Just a slight advantage now for Boca Grenada as they start to accelerate and pull away. Now, but can they come back here now? This is going to be interesting here for Christian Berg, but it's Boca Grenada, Boca winning it quite handsomely in the end. Christian Berg taking second. And now let's see who will get third because third is a long way behind. Is it President's College or it's going to be Bishop Anstey? President's College closing. President's College closing and passing. But Bishop's not giving in. Bishop's just find a little extra there. She's not going to give up third place. And she secures third place for Bishop Anstey. So there's one more athlete who is trying to finish her lap from Barrackport West. She comes across, comes towards the finish line. And Barrackport West here showing real determination here to finish what you started. And she is not prepared to let her school down. And so she will cross the line now. So there it is. So Boca 4:10. 4:10. So 4:10.86 is the first place, and 4:17.50 to Christensen and Bishop Anstey coming in third place, some distance behind in 4:24.92. So we've seen some more medals being presented on the infield relays. So Boca Grenada, the winners, and Holy Cross College finishing in second place. And this is really a serious demand on the bodies of some of these youngsters. Many of them would have run other events earlier and yesterday. So to finish with a 400 meter, that is not easy. And you're seeing several of the athletes really feeling the hurt here now. So now we're getting ready for the boys under 17 4x4. So this is the penultimate event, the boys under 17 4x4, and then after this we'll have the boys 4x4, the boys 17 plus 4x4. So this is the second to last event on the schedule. What a day we've had. We've had some outstanding races and some great performances, and that is a huge effort there. So we see Holy Cross College in two. In three, we have QRC. In four, we have President's College. In five, St. Vincent Grammar and Fatima College in six. So two, three, four, five, and six are the occupied lanes. So the starter ask them to stand up again, and but pretty soon we should be back in the blocks to get this race. This is the penultimate event because there is no girls 17 plus 4x4, or there's a boys 17 plus 4x4. So after this one, it will just be the boys 17 plus 4x4. And even then, I'm not sure how many teams they're going to have for that as well. So it could be a fairly small field of runners preparing for that one. So now let's go back to the starters for the 4x4 U17s. Remember, everybody has to run 400 meters to make up the 1600 meters or the mile. It's commonly called the mile relay. So again, we're seeing several athletes now just feeling the effects of 2 hectic days of competition. And when you're finishing with a 400 meters, especially if you're not a regular 400-meter runner, 400 meters might seem like a mile by itself because it's so demanding. It only looks easy, but it can take an awful lot out of you. So, getting back to the action on the track. This is the under 17 boys 4 by 400 meter. So we have, once again, we have Holy Cross, QRC, Holy Cross in 2, QRC in 3, President's College in 4, St. Vincent Grammar in 5, Fatima College in 6. And now we have out in 7, and it looks like we've just been added. So it looks like Barpo West has opted to compete. So they will compete in, they're running lane 7. So I think they're just making sure that the blocks, the Barpo blocks are good and sturdy so that you won't have any mishaps to start this event. So we're pretty much close to the end of 2 days of wonderful competition. And we're ending in really fine weather as opposed to what we faced earlier this morning, where it was gray and gloomy and rainy. And we weren't sure if we'd get to this point in dry conditions. But here we are. That's Jaden James from QRC there, running out of lane 2, just trying to burn off some nervous energy as you wait for the starter. So I think the organizers just trying to make sure that everybody who is competing is accounted for. So here comes this man. He's been jumping very well. And again, another monster jump. Did he get a white flag or is it a red flag? Well, so they've actually combined these two races because this looks like it's 17. There's a 17 plus team competing among the under 17, which is kind of unusual, but I suppose if there aren't too many teams, they try to facilitate them. Here we go. And away they go quickly now. Boca in lane number two. Grenada in lane two, running up nicely there. That's Boca Grenada. They are running into a nice position. They're not in the lead. The lead is still St. Vincent on the outside. St. Vincent Grammar running there. But when they turn around, when they straighten up, it could be a horse of a different color. Look at Boca closing, closing quickly on the inside as they come now. They're pulling away from St. Vincent Grammar. Boca running and running well. They're going to hand off. They're the only, and they dropped the baton. Well, well, well. They had a big lead, but now that lead has just whittled down just a little bit. And they are, of course, the only 17 plus team in the field. So they're probably toying with the opposition here. But QRC not giving up. QRC is right there with them and running shoulder to shoulder now. And the man from Boca Juniors just looking at him almost as if with a big smile on his face and saying, "What are you doing here, son?" Now he's turning on the jets and starting to pull away. Remember, they're the only 17 plus team among these under 17s. St. Vincent just pours his way through, and St. Vincent Grammar has taken the lead here now. So can they take it all the way around? QRC gets it second, Boca gets it third. And it looks like Holy Cross is going to get it last, and they drop the baton right there at the line. Well, Mackenzie High now handing it off. QRC right on spot there. St. Vincent right on spot as well, but Boca back in front. St. Vincent Grammar in third, QRC in second. Now here comes QRC again. They did this earlier. They waited, and then in the straightaway, they decided to put on the jets. But can they do it? Boca said, not today. QRC trying. Boca said, no way. And he regains his composure and the lead. Now, these three again gonna contest this. Boca, QRC. Will QRC go early or are they going too early? Sometimes it's better to be the chaser than the one who is being chased. But look at St. Vincent, they're right there. While those two are fighting it out, St. Vincent has crawled into a nice position. They could actually take the lead by the 200-meter marker. They enter 200 meters now, less than 200 meters to go. It's still QRC, followed by St. Vincent Grammar. Boca Grenada faded, and he dropped the baton, but he picks it back up. QRC, well, well, well. How lucky can you be? Does he have it in him? He's still coming. He will still come in. He dropped the baton, and he's still going. Can he do it? Can he do it? St. Vincent losing person. See, St. Vincent just get it on the line. Well, well, well. Oh, my goodness. He dropped the baton. He picked it up, and he still fought his way back. Almost got there, but I think he might have just been a little bit short in the end. Well, 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 what drama. Now coming to finish the race. Here we still have two runners, well, one more to finish. How amazing was that there? QRC, had he not dropped the baton, probably would have won that easily. He might have still won it. I don't know. I still can't tell. But I would probably give the benefit of the doubt to St. Vincent Grammar. And really, what a way to end the competition here. Okay, I see have only themselves to blame for not winning if they didn't win it because they dropped it earlier and then they dropped it again at the end here. So it really was. I'm just waiting to see what the clock, what the timing is when it's all said and done. So there is the time. Queens Royal College actually won at 3:35:60. So despite their best efforts to mess it up, they still came back and won it in the end. 3:35:61 to St. Vincent. Well, well, well. What drama can one come up with there? And certainly they must be thanking their lucky stars that they still manage to come back and finish the race and finish in first place. Dramatic end to the entire proceedings here. And again, we want to thank the organizers. Congratulations to all the athletes, especially the visiting athletes. They certainly put on a show, and I think they will remember this trip to Trinidad and Tobago for a very, very long time. And I know we will too, especially with a finish like the one we just saw there, where Queen's Royal College somehow managed to drop the baton twice in the same event and still win it by a whisker. 3:35:60 as opposed to 3:35:61 for St. Vincent Grammar. So that is the situation here. Congratulations again to all of the teams. As you could see, the medal presentations taking place out there in the middle for the earlier events, the 4x1. So congratulations to all of the teams, to all of the coaches who would have put in the effort. And at the moment, we still have the long jump taking place. So still a couple jumps to go. And so more presentations taking place. These are for some of the earlier relay events. Congratulations to all of the teams. Really put in some amazing performances. And I'm sure they'll all be very happy with that. So just a few more presentations to go, and we also have the long jump taking place. The finishing touches on the long jump. The triple jump, I should say. Well, that's more than a triple jump there. Uh, that's a, a squat. And I think we'll have to, he probably will need attention because he just went down and he has stayed down since. And how unfortunate. That probably would have been his last jump of the day. And he might have just hurt himself at the very end there. We hope not. We hope he probably just felt something and decided to stay down. But we will see how it goes. So we just seeing the finishing touches here in the long jump event, or the triple jump event, I should say. Here we go one more time. So you could just see the jumpers there, just finishing. I think we have two. So we still have the injured athletes still on the ground. So again, if you're looking here now, we just have a couple of jumps remaining, and it's a triple jump. And again, a white flag, so that will count. And I think he'll be happy with that. So, so this could be the final jump of the evening here. I don't think any of the other jumpers are scheduled to go back out. So this might be the sixth and final jump. Don't worry, that's really last jump anyway, so so we're looking at the young man from QRC. He is trying to see if he could improve his distance. But it's going to take it's going to take some effort here now. He needs a big one here. The crowd's behind him, and it's a good jump, but it's not high enough for him. And that, as they say, is going to be that as they measure his distance to probably just give him an official distance. But I think it's fair to say that it might be good enough for him to secure second place, but certainly first place was out. So as you see, the officials just picking up the stakes and wrapping up the tape, the measuring tape, an indication that the triple jump has also concluded. We had some amazing relays today, but that's pretty much it from the Hazley Crawford Stadium from us. And again, we want to thank you. Again, thanks to all who supported the event, all those sponsors, and certainly the Trinidad and Tobago Secondary Schools Track and Field Association for having us, and to you, our viewers. And this is where we leave you as we say thank you and stay with us here on 360 TV as we continue with our coverage of sport throughout Trinidad and Tobago and the region. And we look forward to you joining us again real soon.